Good morning and welcome to a very loud Cardiff morning. Hopefully you have already been enjoying some beautiful coffee by a Grumpy Mule. Enjoying that. We are live on YouTube, so welcome to our YouTube people. Also, you can see the stream and various information on the screen. After the first competitor, we'll probably give a little update of where we are in terms of leaderboard, but we won't keep the competitor waiting too much, and we'll have a little, there you are, a little chat to you afterwards. Sorry, the Welsh cakes are great, but it's kind of stuck in my throat. But yeah, help yourself to Welsh cakes because they are absolutely delicious, and two types. So thank you very much to Natalie at Boss Brew for hosting us here, and everybody who's been involved to make this happen. For the sponsors, your time and contribution to what we do is invaluable. So we'll thank individual people in a short while. But representing Wogan Coffee, without further ado, let's give it up for Andrew Mullan. And let's bring on the judges. I'll see you on the other side.
Nice to meet you. Oh, feedback. How you doing, bud?
I'm here, Judge, today.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much.
Instructions for us, or tech-wise, or is he just ready to go?
Just ready to go and observe, basically.
Stage is yours when you're ready. Take time. Enjoy.
Perfect. Time. Good morning. Thank you very much for having me today. My name is Andy, and I'm the head barista for Wogan Coffee. Now, I'm sure we're already aware that specialty coffee has a huge range of sensations, complexities present. But the one thing that people say to me all the time when they visit the brew bar is all coffee tastes the same. This has led me to believe that one of the most important things the specialty scene needs to confront is accessibility. How do we in the coffee community engage a larger portion of the general population? Firstly, so that they're expecting and buying a better standard of coffee, but also at the very least they understand the fundamental differences between coffees. This idea has developed into my core philosophy around espresso extraction. The average consumer does not drink espresso. They do not drink a V60. They drink an extra hot 16-ounce latte or a flat white. And if we're creating espressos that are too nuanced, it's going to be washed out in volumes larger than 4 ounces. Rather than trying to coax people with subtlety, we should be smacking them in the face with flavor. Simply put, we must grind finer and brew harder. My presentation today will focus on one of the most important aspects of accessibility, subjectivity. Take a look at the cards I've given each of you. You have a selection of representations of different flavors that I believe are present within the coffee I've chosen. However, the specificity of what you experience is entirely personal. What are strawberries, raspberries, and cherries but interpretations of tartaric acid, apples and pears but malic, dates and caramels but types of sugars? So when I present my espresso and milk drinks to you today, I would like you to each independently decide what flavors you are experiencing and place them face down on the display in front of you. Coffee I'm using today is an Ethiopian heirloom varietal from the Adido Gersi station in Yirgacheffe. This coffee has been fermented in an evolution of the natural process that is at the heart of Ethiopian coffee technology. We start in an anaerobic environment with cultures that are predominantly used in fermenting wine grapes. This addition of yeast acts as a catalyst for fermentation, feeding on the ripe cherry sugars to create a dynamic acid profile. The cherries are then laid in the sun on raised beds for 3 weeks, where they are raked and turned to allow the heat to evenly dry, continue fermenting, and caramelize more sugars onto the beans. My extraction on this is a 21-gram dose to a 50-gram yield in 32 seconds. This is designed to bring out high levels of available acids, fruit, and caramelized sugars to create an intensely acidic but richly sweet cup. This is taking inspiration from more established espresso making methods, but applied to a much more complex and specialty coffee. The dominant acids are citric, tartaric, and acetic, with some lovely floral aromatics that are not only obvious in espresso, but also carry through into larger volumes. By shortening our ratio and increasing our runtime, we can create a complex coffee with surprising levels of sweetness from the combination of sugars present, with the bitter principles enhancing that perceived sweetness. Now, as I serve these to you today, I'd like you to taste in the following way. Please stir the espresso 5 times. On your first sip, spray your olfactory to experience the acidity, then please drink freely to enjoy the body and incorporated experience. Now, I firmly believe that even your most stalwart instant coffee drinker will notice the complexity in the cup. Big and bold flavours are the only way that we will bring more people into the specialty scene. And also, just to remind you, once you've tasted, please place your individual experience on the display. So for my milk drinks, I'm using the same recipe as my espresso to highlight how my extraction reacts with the milk fats and proteins to soften the acidity and complement the sweetness. So I am using organic, unhomogenized, full-fat milk from Bruton Dairy, which when steamed to 50 degrees with 2 ml texture, will caramelize a small amount of the sugars to complement the sweetness in the cup. The milk fats act as our carrier for acidity, transforming its dynamics to produce a velvety body. And the dominant acids that the milk is carrying through are citric and tartaric and a little bit of malic, which combined with those sugars create a luxurious milky drink. Now, whilst I have created some latte art for these drinks, I would like you to stir them until completely homogenized. This is to avoid the crema being forced to the rim of the cup, which will cause the acidity to dominate the initial sips, but weaken the rest of the cup. And also, just to remind you, once you've tasted, place your individual sensory experience on the display face down. This is the next stage of accessibility. We can get people to realize it's not about what is the best coffee, but what is your preferred method for experiencing that coffee. We can get people to realize, and also just to remind you, to place your individual sensory experience on the display. So, to round this all off, whilst you are enjoying your milk drinks and placing your individual tasting notes on the display, I would like you to reveal to your fellow judge your individual sensory experience. How do they compare? How do they contrast? Incidentally, for myself, as espresso, I get lots of pineapple, dandelion and burdock, and cherry notes. And then as a milk drink, more of an apple strudel with blueberries. But by breaking away from narrowly defined tasting notes, we are opening the door for more people to have their own experience without being afraid of saying that that's not what they're tasting. By giving people the opportunity to think and decide for themselves what they are experiencing, this will open up the market to many more people who may have been put off by a specialty barista who insists that theirs is the only valid experience. Thank you very much for your time.
Big round of applause for Andrew. Andrew, you can scoot around this way. We'll just ask these judges to just shuffle you over there. Thank you. Just because that camera. Keep going. That's it. Andrew, come here.
How you doing?
How do you feel?
Well, first time for everything, so you know, it's overall not too bad, but there's things I would have done differently. But
yeah, and first up as well is always, I sometimes think, is it better to go first, get it over with?
A couple of different ways around it.
Relax for the rest of the day. So natural Ethiopian yogurt chef, anaerobic processed.
But fermented with wine yeast as well.
Yes. So how did you come across this coffee? How did you fall in love with it?
So when I was preparing for the competition, we basically had a look at all of our all of our kind of wholesale providers to see I basically took a whole spread of coffee from around the world. Basically, we picked out samples of things that sounded nice, things that I thought, oh, that's a bit different, things I hadn't seen before, also kind of things that you see every year in the competitions. And then we got the samples out, roasted them all up, and I cupped them all. And I basically decided that this wine yeast one had the most interesting kind of complex acid profile, but I could also do a lot with the caramelization and sweetness in there as well.
Perfect. We'll just quickly say goodbye to the judges,
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
Let them go do their stuff,
Thanks,
and then
buddy.
we'll continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
And it was like a really interesting, interactive kind of thing that you try to get the judges to do as well.
And that's what that's what I find interesting about the specialty scene, to be honest. Basically, it's not about just rattling off 100 shots to kind of get people keeping awake. Basically, there is a whole kind of range of flavors that we should be exploring and things like that. And it's not about what we're doing. This is the one way to do it. It's a constant evolution. But what's kind of happening is that I feel is that the specialty scene has got a little bit of a kind of a curtain around it, a bit of a gatekeeper, not from anyone's fault, just from the fact we're all very interested and not other people have had the same experience that we've had with coffee. So the more that we can kind of get people to really directly kind of get involved with the coffee they're drinking, they will all of a sudden, the scene will kind of get better, people will expect more, people will demand more, and then all of our giant multinational conglomerates will fade away, basically, leaving room for a better quality product for everyone.
Yeah, and I think we try and forget about kind of lockdown and everything that happened in after 2020, but I do think that there was a definite shift in exploration of different coffees, which I think definitely helps a message like this. And, hopefully has opened the eyes to specialty coffee is kind of not exclusive for a few, but is available for everyone.
Exactly,
So that's a great message. Anyway, good luck, and we'll see what the judges do, and then hopefully see you later on for the results.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, guys.
Big round of applause again. Okay, so we'll just let this trolley come past. So we have 10 competitors here today. So do come down to the Millennium Centre in Cardiff if you're around. Like I say, the team from Grumpy Mule are brewing some great espresso on both the Chimbley M200, the same as what is on the stage, and also the Malconic. They're actually using the E65 grind by weight, which is on there. The competition grinder is the E18. We've got the lovely Liam here, who is just about to carefully carry this off. These beautiful YEK E80s are beautiful and really deliver a consistent grind of coffee. But yeah, so do come down, taste some coffee, spend a bit of time with us. Oh, actually, Alex, do we have the standings from Chichester? Let's see the magic that is Alex. No pressure. Okay, so this was the standing of the top 14 from Chichester. So that was with Manchester and Chichester combined. You will notice the 2 golden tickets, for lack of a better word, with Vag, who won in Manchester, and Christian, who won in Chichester. The winner of each of the heats is guaranteed to go through to the semi-finals. 14 places at semi-finals. And so this is our leaderboard. So nice mixture from both Manchester and Chichester. So it's up to the Cardiff contingent to disrupt that leaderboard. So we're very excited to see what happens at the end of today in terms of where people will place. But like I say, the heat winner is guaranteed to go through. So they will get a golden ticket, which is really interesting. So we're going to be back in about 15 minutes-ish with our next competitor. We have also got Helena with us again here today, who will be helping me co-MC. So she'll be back to introduce the next competitor. And so we'll see you then. Bye.
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Okay, so we've got our second competitor up, and it's this lovely gentleman here, Daniel Turner from Society Cafe. And let's welcome our judges. Where are they? There. Hello. Come judge.
Cool. Ready? Ready? And time. Hello, judges. My name is Dan Turner, and I work for a small group of cafes in the southwest called Society Cafe. I work in an operations role, and I absolutely love my job, but there's one thing that I really do miss, and that is making coffee. So, I'd like to take you back just a few weeks to a morning in our Bristol Harbourside shop. I get to the door. There's 2 keys. I always choose the wrong one, and today is no different. Myself and the team start setting up for the day, and before we know it, a queue is formed. So, we start taking orders. Latte after latte after latte. But, bingo, here's Ben. Guest espresso every single day of the week. That's Ben. He turns to the tasting note board and gives me the nod. So I explain to him, and I explain to you now, judges, that the coffee I'm serving you today is a naturally processed field blend, produced by Don Rigoberto at his farm, Potosi, in the Valle de Cauca region of Colombia. The varietals on display here today are Colombia, Mocha, Tabby, and Caturra. Grown at an altitude of 1,800 meters above sea level, with ample shade, a cool climate, and phosphorus soil, this coffee already has an incredibly complex flavor balance. The recipe that I'm using to highlight this today is a dose of 19 grams in, with a yield of 42 grams in a time of roughly 32 seconds. The brewing temperature that I've decided to use today is 93 degrees, as this brought out the highest level of sweetness in the cup. These 4 components also gave me the best tactile experience. A medium body, a juicy texture, and a long chocolatey finish. With an average humidity of 70% and frequent rainfall during harvest, the drying of naturally processed coffees is particularly difficult at Potosi. So, when ripe and at a sugar content level of 23 bricks, the coffee cherries are picked and floated before undergoing a long in-cherry fermentation that lasts 48 hours in open, temperature-controlled tanks. Then, the cherries are moved to drying silos for a mechanical drying phase that lasts 3 to 4 days until a moisture content of 10% is achieved. It is this level of hard work, attention to detail and care that has allowed me to exhibit tasting notes that are not only representative of the country of origin, but also the hard work that Don and his team put into the crop. So, please join me in tasting notes in the cup of cherry. Yes, please stir front to back 5 times. Place the spoon in the cup provided for you. And enjoy tasting notes of cherry, kirsch, which is a black cherry liqueur, and cacao nibs. Thank you very much. Take your time to enjoy. Thank you. Now, judges, I'd like to turn your attention to our milk course. So today, we'll be using the same coffee produced by the fantastic Don Rigoberto. We're going to be using a slightly different recipe. Going for 19 grams in still, we're pulling a slightly shorter yield to really enhance the acidity coming through the cup. at a slightly shorter extraction time. So we're going for 19 grams in, with a yield of 35 grams in a time of roughly 27 seconds. The milk that I'm using today is a 4% unhomogenized milk from Bruton Dairy. I split this into two parts. The first makes up 70% of the drink, and it's just the original milk. For the second, I've freeze distilled for 30 hours. This has enabled me to develop a tactile experience with a heavy body, a creamy coating texture that reminds me of melted ice cream, and a finish that is long and sweet. Thank you. As I serve you your milk drinks, please stir clockwise 5 times. Place the spoons in the pots provided for you. I've decided to slightly underfill the cups today. This has enabled me to really kick that acidity through the milk. The milk itself has been steamed to 55 degrees. This has enabled me to develop a taste experience with notes of Black Forest Gatto, whipped cream, and chocolate mousse. Please enjoy. Thank you. Now, judges, I'd like just to take a moment, say thank you so much for joining myself and the team at Society Cafe today. And just like Ben, we hope to see you again very soon. Thank you very much. Time.
Round of applause for Dan. Nice one. Do you want to come over here for a little chat, Dan? Actually, where's best for us to stand? Over here? Cool. Bit tight, isn't it? Hello.
Hello.
How did you find that?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I mean, you
good.
seemed like so calm and collected.
I didn't feel it, but
You
thank
didn't
you.
show it. You didn't show it.
Thank you.
Nice one. I really liked the story about your regular Ben.
Yeah,
Is he a real person?
he is a real person.
I love that.
Yeah.
Would he have liked that coffee?
He would have
Did
loved
you
it.
get him to drink it?
We've had the coffee in the shop a couple of times before.
Yeah.
It's roasted by the fantastic people at Red Bank. I think they're watching, so thank you so much for all the support. And yeah, I think Ben really would have enjoyed it.
Shout out to Ben.
Shout out to Ben.
Amazing.
Massive thank you to all the society team and
Yeah.
TJ from Origin and my amazing girlfriend Lucy and everyone that supported me along the way. So
Lovely.
yeah,
Cool. The judges all done? Cool. Should we say goodbye to the judges?
cool.
Thanks,
Thank you very
guys.
much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm curious how you chose this coffee today.
So it is genuinely one of my favourite coffees of all time. I chose it because it's really accessible.
Mm-hmm.
It's an absolutely delicious coffee, and the guys at Red Bank frequently go over to Potosi to visit the guys over there. So
Yeah.
thought it would be good to show them off, and it's a coffee that I'm
lovely,
really
yeah.
passionate about and I love as well. So
Yeah, I mean, it sounded amazing, like the cherry kirsch,
yeah, it really
Black
kicks
Forest
through.
Gatto,
Yeah.
one of the best desserts of all
Absolutely,
time.
absolutely, yeah.
Oh, amazing. Well, good job, man.
Cool.
Let's give another round of applause for Dan.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right, so let's give a little shout out to
How do I
Oatly.
turn this on?
They're one of our sponsors, our new alt milk sponsor. We've got the lovely Mike
Hey,
over here from
Yeah,
Oatly doing timekeeping. Woo! And we've got Laura in the back there. Woo! Cool. So if you want to grab a coffee from Grumpy Mule, they're doing lovely oat flat
Yeah, really
whites.
well.
Yeah,
And
really well.
yeah, enjoy. We'll be back in about
thank
15
you.
to 20
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah, it was
Thank
good.
you.
Hello, 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 and welcome back to UKBC 2023. We are live on you subscribed yet? Head over to YouTube, SCA_UK. Obviously, that's for the people in here, because if you're watching, although if you're watching online, you may not have subscribed, but if you subscribe, then it helps us to be able to do things easier with YouTube. Okay. And also you get amazing notifications like, hey, SCA UK have gone live. So you never miss a competition, which is absolutely awesome. We are going to thank our water partners and sponsors, Brita, who have the difficult job of trying to make the water quality as consistent throughout all of the heats, which is a massive challenge. And Alex, if you can just drop the music for me a little bit. Sorry, that's my fault. So they also, we do have Brita here with us. Give Brita a round of applause. Check out and talk to them about their IQ system, okay? Because their IQ system is really interesting to look at. So anyway, without further ado, and let me just get my sheet, just to double check, representing the Good Eating Company, and give a huge Welsh welcome to Ling Lobet. And we'll welcome on the judges. Thank you, judges. And over to Ling.
Okay. Okay. Right. I'm gonna see. Okay. Here you. Okay. Time. It's coffee time. Hello and welcome. My name is Ling. Today I'm going to take you on a special time travel, a glimpse from a cup back to seeds. We are going to explore how time impacts our coffee flavors and taste balance. Here is your travel guide. You can keep it as a reference. And now, let's begin our journey with the delicious milk drinks. So the flavored notes you will find milk chocolate, butterscotch, and toffee. It has a rich and creamy mouthfeel and delicious chocolate mousse finish. Now I will leave you with your guide and start with the drinks, okay? So my recipe is 19 grams in and 42 grams out. And the water temperature is set at 93 degrees. And speaking of extraction time, we know just a few seconds can change that under over extract coffee into a perfectly balanced cup. So the sweet spot I found for this coffee is about 27 seconds. I'll be using the same recipe for your espresso course as well. So for your milk course, I'm using 1 part coffee, 3 part milk to achieve that the best flavor balance. And the milk I've chosen is full fat, non-homogenized organic milk because it gives a wonderful creamy texture. To maximize its sweetness, I steam this milk to 55 degrees to break down lactose into simple sugars, glucose and galactose. as they are much sweeter than lactose. So this drink represents the perfect marriage between coffee and milk. It's beautifully balanced in flavors and tactile. It reminds me of melted ice cream. It's so delicious. When I serve you this drink, you don't need to stir it. You don't need to stir it. Just enjoy it straight away, okay? So when we talk about the freshness of roast coffee, most people think the fresher, the better. But if you use the coffee immediately after roast for espresso, you will be disappointed with the flavors. Freshly roasted coffee releases a large amount of CO2, and it's trapped in the coffee, causing channeling and even extraction. So it's better to wait 7 to 14 days, depending on roast level, and use it within 4 weeks for the best result. This is for you. Time travel back about 2 weeks ago. This coffee was roasted at the end temperature 213 degrees, with the total roast time 10 minutes and 5 seconds. Perfectly balanced perfectly balanced its sweetness and acidity, and more important, it keeps its flavor clarity, which you will be enjoying in your espresso course. Sorry. So now I will start to prepare them for you, okay? Timing is also very important during roasting. Just a couple minutes can alter roast level. Under roasted coffee tastes sour and grassy, have very light body. Over roasted coffee has a little acidity, tastes flat and quite bitter, and sometimes give you those kind of smoky and burn taste. So it's fun craft to find that perfect roast profile for different coffee. Our coffee is a natural processed heirloom from Ethiopia, produced by Tasij, Jiso, and from Yokchev. It's a female farmer in Yokchev. And the farm is located between 1,700 and 2,300 meters above sea level. The high elevation, the cooler temperature, and soil packed with nutrients. All these benefits allow coffee cherry to develop a lot of sugars, organic acids, and lipids over a slow 9-month maturation period of time. So the result of coffee is sweet, vibrant, and complex. It's just my kind of coffee. So the flavor notes for your espresso, you will find blackberry, plum jam, and dark chocolate. It's medium weight, and syrupy mouthfeel, and delicious dark chocolate finish. And this coffee has taken over almost 4 years to become green bean from seedling, taking 10 minutes, 5 seconds to roast to perfection, taking about 27 seconds to extract its flavor to the food. And now, it's time for you to enjoy. I think. here we go. Sorry. And time.
Big round of applause for Ling. Ling, if you want to come around this way. It's all over now. You can relax. How do you find that?
Oh, yeah, it's all right.
The time goes so quick when you're on stage, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's, I don't know, it's okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But you can breathe now. So just remind us again what coffee you used.
I'm using the Ethiopian coffee.
Yep.
It's a natural processed heirloom. It's a female farmer from Tasijiso. So I think it's really pointed. Most time the farmer is a male majority. So she's a female farmer. I think it's something when I tasted her coffee. I always have soft spot for Ethiopian coffee. But when I taste it, and I really like it. So that's why I use it.
Me too. I mean, most African coffees, I kind of, have a love for the Kenyans, the Ethiopians, things like that. Just kind of the nice complexity that they bring is really good. And so how did you find developing the recipe for it, just dialing it in?
Yes, we're developing recipe. First, you have a principle. You will find out the light roast or dark roast or medium roast. So then you have roughly the ratio, how much you put in, you put in, and how much you take it out. And then for light roast, you have a little bit higher temperature, 93 to 95. So then you develop yes.
Cool. We're going to quickly say goodbye to the judges. A round of applause for the judges. These judges give their time up to come here and taste some great coffees and reward the competitors. And that's their job. So they're going to go away and have a little talk about your scores. So we had a little travel guide as well. So,
yes.
So talk me through the little travel guide.
It's just give me ideas when you're doing the. When I was thinking I'm so bad with timing, that's why I decided to do the time.
Yeah.
Then when I started to deep a little bit more about the time, what the time actually impact on coffee flavors, and then think through this journey. Most time when we talk about seed to cup. But now think, more actually for our experience, it's more like a cup to seeds. When you taste coffee, it's good, you want to know more about it. So that's why I developed a journey. Let's go back time travel from cup back to seeds and see, what is the time, what kind of role play in the journey. So that's why I developed. And the more you think about it, then the more think it's like a time travel. Yeah. So then I decided to have the time travel, not maybe give a travel guide to understand more a little bit about it, the journey. So because it's 7 minutes, it's just a glimpse of time. We can't go for too deep to anything. So that's roughly with the time scale. With farmer producer take years, and for roaster take minutes, make a difference. And when it comes to the barista, that takes seconds. Whether if you can to pull out a nice recipe for the coffee, and it's so important for barista to deliver, the good coffees and to so much effort in the coffee. So that's why.
Awesome. Well, let's give a big Welsh round of applause.
Thank you.
To Ling. Thank you. You can go and relax now. And they're tidying your stuff up. This is one of the things that they don't talk about when you're competing is, hey, you have a team who cleans for you, right? So, imagine that in a cafe. Just make an espresso. Oh, we'll clean it for you. But yeah, so a big round of applause to our volunteers as well. And the team from Chimbley as well, who try and make sure that the machine is clean all the time. We will be back in about 15 minutes with our next competitor. We have got a fun, packed day of competitors. And the results typically are about 5 o'clock. But we'll update because we're, can't remember what time we're due to finish. Might be a little bit earlier, but we'll give you a time update as we go on through the day in terms of when those announcements will be. We will announce the heat winners, or the top 3, but then we'll show you the results, the 4 results from today, and then we'll mix them in to how the standings are from the first 3 heats. And we will show you the little trophies, cup trophies that we've got next when we come back with our next competitor. See you in a bit.
Blackwell from Grumpy Mule. And should we welcome our judges?
Hi, hello. Hi. Hi, you okay? Hello, you okay? Hi. Hello.
I'll be your head judge. Have you got any questions?
No, ready to go?
Great stuff.
Perfect.
Let's give me a clear start, finished.
Lovely. Thank you. And time. Good morning, judges. My name is Lizzie, and this is my first time competing for UKBC. So it's a little bit out of my comfort zone, but don't worry, I mean that in a wonderful way. But that brings me on to today's topic, which is comfort. Now, I really wanted to try and incorporate some comfort into my routine, and I believe that I have found an extraordinary Colombian coffee that does just that. Now, when selecting the coffee for you today, I cupped over 24 different coffees, but I just kept getting drawn back to this Colombian Natural. Why? Because it was a type of coffee my partner and I would take complete comfort in. Now, this coffee was cultivated by Jefferson Olea, who operates Finca El Tesoro, which is situated in the Tolima department of Colombia, 1,600 meters above sea level. And this coffee is a Veridad Colombia varietal, apologies. If you didn't quite catch all that, it's just all on this plaque for you. But judges, please make yourselves comfortable whilst I prepare your espresso and tell you a little bit more about what you're going to experience today. So this coffee was roasted 16 days ago, using a slow and low profile to really highlight its natural sweetness. Now, I'm going to be using a recipe today. Bear with me. Of 19.5 grams in to 48 grams out. And I'm going to be using that recipe for both of your courses today. Now, you should experience a medium to high acidity, a medium sweetness, and a medium to low bitterness. It should have a juicy texture with a medium mouthfeel and a mellow finish. In regards to taste notes, you should be able to taste white grapefruit, white grapes, and a 70% dark chocolate. Now, judges, please enjoy, and then place your dirty spoons in the pot provided on the side when you're finished. Thank you. Wonderful. I hope you found that as comforting as I do. Now, I reached out to Jefferson personally, and among many questions, I asked him where he finds his comfort in his day-to-day life on the farm. His response was that it was through the support of his family that provides him comfort, and it's also his father who operates the adjoining farm Finca La Cinta, which is where Jefferson takes his cherries for processing using the natural method. Now, the cherries are fermented in plastic tanks for around 120 hours. They're then cleaned and dried for 20 days in their hot greenhouse. And it really is this natural process that enhances the sweetness from cherry to bean. Now, judges, for your milk, I'm going to be using organic Barista milk from Beckett's Farm in Worcestershire. I'm going to be using a ratio today of 1 part espresso to 3 parts freeze distilled. As I really believe that this created the best harmonious balance between espresso and milk. I'm also going to be warming your milk up between 50 and 55 today. And the reason for that is because I really believe it enhances the sweetness in the cup. Now, in regards to taste notes, you should be able to taste clotted cream fudge.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Almonds and peach. Now, judges, serving you today has been a privilege, but quite frankly, one of the scariest things that I've ever had to do. But it's outside of our comfort zone where we learn and grow. And as a barista trainer for Grumpy Mule, it's outside of my comfort zone that allows me to develop new skills and acquire new knowledge that I can then pass on to other baristas and really gain comfort in knowing that they're receiving the best training to create their own warm, comforting cups for their guests. Because let's face it, judges.
1 minute.
Thank you. And everybody here today, coffee is our ultimate comfort. Please enjoy. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys, and time.
All right, good on from Lizzie. Done it.
Thank you.
Well done. That was really, really good. I loved it.
Thank you. I've got the driest mouth. Ugh.
Someone give this girl a drink of water. Oh, well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
You did so well. I really, really like the theme of the routine.
Thank you.
Before we started, you told me about some crystals that you had hidden on your person.
I've got them
Tell us
everywhere.
more.
Got a couple in my bra, a couple in my pockets, just to make sure, keep that vibe
Yeah,
up.
keep those chakras flowing.
Yeah. Hopefully it's
That's
helped.
amazing. I love it. I love it. How many times do you think you said comfort?
Oh, too many times. Too many.
I
But
love it. It could be a
thank you.
drinking game.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
No, I really, really like the theme of the routine. I
Thank
think
you so
it
much.
resonated definitely with us. Yeah. And do you have people you want to say thank you to?
Obviously, just everybody at Grumpy Mule for their support. And, of course, thank you to my coach, Diana. Couldn't have done it without her, so thank you so much.
Lovely. All right, should we say goodbye to our judges? Thanks, judges.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. All
Thank
right,
you.
well,
Thanks a
one last
lot.
round of applause for Lizzie. Well done, Lizzie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so we'll do a little shout out. We'll do a little shout out to Trewithen Dairy. They are our dairy sponsor, so they've been providing milk for any of our competitors who want to use their milk. They might not be able to provide their own, so that's awesome. A little round of applause for them. Cool, and we'll be back in 15 to 20 minutes with the next competitor.
Hey, and welcome back. Alex is going to put us on live stream. I will just quickly talk to the people on live stream. We know that we are having some dropout issues on live stream, but that's the joy of working on various networks and everything else. But we are also recording most of it, so we're playing back with some new tech and stuff for the heats. So we're looking to improve every time that we do it. But for those on live stream, we know that there's dropouts, and bear with us, and we'll do whatever we can to improve stuff. But obviously, it's location dependent. Have I got judges? Oh yeah, we've got judges hidden behind the pillar, which is great. But let's give it up for a local boy, pretty much. Joe Sheppard. Let's bring on the judges. Give him another big round of applause. Representing Clifton Coffee Roasters.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hey, man, how's it going? Hello, you okay? Hey, how's it going? Hello, how are you? Hey, Matt, how's it going?
You know the routine. Over to you now, and I'll see you on the other side.
Who is Tech Judge? So I'll be using frozen cups today. So when I take them out, I'll emphasize that there's no water in them, so I'll turn them upside down. And then I'll be pulling my shots around the same time, but it will be espresso first and then milk. Okay, thank you. Everyone good? Yeah? Time. Good morning, or actually, good afternoon. For your maximum sensory stimulation today, I'll be serving you a super natural, subvarietal heirloom from the Yirgacheffe region of Ethiopia. And I've chosen this coffee due to the process. So grown up to 2,200 meters above sea level, this high altitude slows down the maturation of the cherry, giving the coffee a higher concentration of organic acids and complex sugars, giving the coffee a beautiful tropical acidity with floral notes as well. And now, supernatural, brand new thing. The cherries are laid on racks inside a semi-permeable box which restricts access to sunlight, airflow, and oxygen. This would restrict the amount of time it takes for the cherries to dry. So it prolongs this drying phase, and it essentially creates an extended fermentation as well. This will give the coffee a definable flavor clarity and a unique flavor balance as well. Now, to roast the coffee, we applied a soak to the roast. Soften the cellulose fibers of the beans to allow a higher solubility. Which creates a higher extraction of 23% with a 1:2 ratio. This would give a balanced sweetness with a balanced bitterness as well, while still giving a balanced, acidity as well. So with this, I'm able to achieve flavor notes of passion fruit, black cherry, honey, and jasmine. And with it, with with apologies. I'll be using frozen cups for this extraction. Now with this high extraction, you will receive a medium body, a long lingering finish of honey, and then with the frozen cups, you'll have a beautiful velvet texture. Now please stir 10 times vigorously. There we go, thank you. And then place your spoons in the black dish provided. And then, I'd like you to taste with your eyes closed. Thank you. Thank you. So, with the milk, I've up-dosed to 21 grams of my espresso to ensure espresso flavor clarity with the freeze-distilled organic whole milk to ensure harmony of ingredients and to sweeten and give it a lot more texture. The texture will be thick. The weight is heavy, and it feels like melted ice cream. And the flavor notes you'll receive: vanilla blondie, honeycomb melted ice cream, and medjool dates. There we go. Please stir 10 times. Once more, place your spoons in the black dish provided. Thank you so much. Time.
Big round of applause for Joe. Joe, you can come round here.
Thanks.
You know, it's always that point when, you know, your mouth dries out and see it, but you've served your drinks, and now the judges can taste them and enjoy them. So that's the main thing. So let's. However, I must say, meticulous puck preparation. So that was beautiful. So tell me a little bit about your choice of, I mean, WDT is an interesting thing, right? Because loads of people think it's a new thing. 2004 is when WDT first reared its head. Then it kind of disappeared. Scott Rouse kind of revitalized it a little bit and said, hey, people should be using it. But why did you choose to use WDT and your meticulous puck preparation?
Through teaching and just SCA courses, I just found that with every comparison that we do side by side with standard puck prep to then WDT, it essentially gives you about 0.5% guaranteed higher extraction with higher strength as well. So it's just an overall better flavour clarity throughout. It's really good.
And so how did you find that, particularly, obviously, beautiful Ethiopian coffee here, but how did you find that it changed what you got from the coffee compared to your normal puck prep? So what else were you able to extract?
The flavours are just more loud, essentially. You had higher acidity, sweetness, and body as well. And then combined with the frozen cups, it just creates a weird texture.
Yeah, and frozen cups is what we'll do is we'll let the judges go, and then we'll carry on talking a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Big round of applause to the judges. One more time. Thank you. And the frozen cups, again, choice and the idea of that. We've seen at the World's dispensing of frozen balls. Is it a similar kind of idea?
Similar, yeah. So I know that Hugh Kelly takes it away at 12 grams. This one is over the full amount. But it locks in volatile compounds.
Yeah.
And it just creates like almost an aerated... it feels lighter but heavier at the same time.
Ah, cool.
But, yeah.
Well, congratulations one more time. We got the drinks out. That's the main thing. But let's give a lot of support for Joe. Great performance, and I know that coffee would have been tasty. Joe Sheppard, Clifton Coffee Roasters. Okay, so we are going to mention our cup sponsors. Topple, reusable cup sponsor, and these beautiful cups from Topple. We have 3 here. So UKBC Welsh Heat, first, second, and third place. So these will go to the first, second, and third place. Obviously, the first place person guaranteed to go through to the semi-finals. They've got like a nice little clever twist mechanism, which makes it super easy to drink from. And they're really nice. But these are obviously for the first, second, and third place to either keep and put on the mantelpiece and look pretty and say, hey, I got first, second, or third in the Welsh Heat. Or you could use them as well, so very practical. But do check out Topple online. Or even ask us to have a look at these ones. But 3 will be given away today for our heat winners. We're going to be back in round about 15 minutes once we get cleaned and sorted and ready for the next competitor. So we'll see you soon. Bye.
Judges? Yeah. Hit my mark. Okay. All right. Hello? Okay, we're back. And next up, we've got the lovely Nicola Peacock from Tailors of Harrogate. All right, good luck, Nicola. Should we welcome our judges?
Hello. You all right? Thank you. Hiya, you all right? Hello. Hello. Hiya, you all right? Good, thank you.
Be a head judge. You got any questions?
No, everything's good in place.
Fantastic. Just give me a clear start, finish time.
Yep,
Good luck.
thank you. Okay. All good? Time. It's my job today to make sure you have the best experience possible. So, with that in mind, you're going to play a fun game of bingo. You're going to have a stress-free time writing all the information on your score sheet, and I'm not going to ask you to judge a single drink until after I call time. Why am I doing this? Because it's my belief that actually the most important thing about coffee is that we enjoy the experience of drinking it. So, sensory judges, if you wouldn't mind, please put down your pens and papers. Take a deep breath, grab your bingo dabbers, and let's play bingo. You know how bingo works, right? We call out numbers, you cross them off on the games, and once you've got a full house, you shout bingo. Today's going to work exactly the same, only rather than calling out numbers, I'm going to call out key pieces of coffee information for you. You're going to play 3 games back to back, and the best of 3 wins this, the Golden Dabber. So, just to check I've been clear with my information, you'll see an example on the top right-hand side of your sheet, which is the serving information today, which I will now call, which is the same for both drinks. Stir 10 times to go on. There was one more piece of information there which I need to tell you, which you can reference on my sheet, which is the roast. I roasted the coffee in a cower for 7.5 minutes until it reached a 19% development, and that's where I found the best sweetness. So you're well into this now. Eyes down for game 2, which is the espresso information. So I'll be using the same dose and yield for both courses today, which is 19 grams in to 45 grams out, and this is where I found the best balance. You can expect a medium weight, a juicy texture, and a long finish. The acidity is high, and it's both citric and tartaric. The sweetness is medium-high, and the bitterness is low. Then you'll get flavours of raspberry, lime. Oh, amazing. Well done. You've won game 2. There's one more flavour on there, which you can reference on my sheet, which is cantaloupe melon. So 1 game left, all to play for. Everybody eyes down for game 3, the milk beverage. So the milk I'll be using today is all organic milk, and 50% of that is freeze distilled. The temperature I'll be steaming it to is 55 degrees, and I chose both this milk and this temperature for maximum sweetness. To make sure I've got a really great balance in the drink, I'll be brewing at a ratio of 1 part coffee to 2 parts milk. And the texture for that is going to be marshmallowy, and you'll get flavours of custard cream, butterscotch, and bingo. Yes! And strawberry milkshake. So the last one, which isn't on your sheet, I'll pop on mine, which is strawberry milkshake. So congratulations, you're in fact the winner of the Golden Dabber. Well done. I'm now going to go away. I'm going to make all your drinks simultaneously. Whilst I do that, if you wouldn't mind copying everything down to your score sheets. I'm not going to disturb you in that time, but I will serve your espressos, and all I ask is just quickly glance up, assess your crema, but I don't need you to drink them. Okay, go for it. piece of saucy crema, but I don't need you to do anything else. Thank you. You guys were quick writing everything down, I'm impressed. So, in about 40 seconds' time, you're going to have absolutely everything you need in front of you to judge my drinks. And all I'm going to ask of you is a couple of things. And the first thing is that you start by judging the milk drink. And the second thing is that you take all the time you really need to judge it, because you'll be doing it all after I call time. And I want you to not only take time to judge, but then to take a bit of extra time to really enjoy the drink, because this is one of the coffees that I enjoyed the most last year, and I want to make sure you get just as much of an opportunity to enjoy it as well. So I'll pop that down for you there. So you guys would like to go ahead and start judging, please? Time.
Oh, big round of applause for Nicola.
Oh, sorry.
Come round this way. Oh my God, that was amazing.
Thank
I
you.
loved it.
Good,
Loved
good.
it. Is ever seen in a coffee competition?
That
we know
first, but I assume not the last.
Not the last. No, I think you started a trend now.
I hope so.
Love it. Are you a bingo fan yourself?
Do you know what? I have been to Bingo, a little-known independent restaurant called Wagamama.
Oh, same.
Yeah. So
I did try and go somewhere else, but everywhere was shut by the time I got
I bet
regretted
people on
it.
the live stream are absolutely loving this conversation.
Yeah, sure they are, yes.
The Bingo,
Very
Wagamama.
entertaining.
Yeah.
All the important stuff. Yeah?
Shall I tell
Cool.
you about my coffee? Like,
Yeah,
real quick.
go on.
So I
Yeah,
used
just a bit.
I used a geisha from Bolivia, naturally processed, like super juicy and just so delicious. It was one of my favourites last year.
And
so
you
I wanted
roasted
to
it
bring
yourself on an cabo, that's interesting.
Yeah, for 7.5 minutes to a 90% development. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mentioned that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Awesome.
all good.
I love that you roasted it yourself.
Thanks.
It really adds something to the routine, doesn't it? And
Cool.
to
I did
your
have a bit
sort
of help from
knowledge of the
from Will,
coffee.
who's our roaster.
Anything else you want to say thank you to?
Yeah, just everyone back at work who's always super supportive. So, and then Will for coming and literally doing everything to make my day good. So,
Oh,
great.
that's something. That's what coaches should do, right?
Yeah, apparently. No pressure.
Amazing. Cool.
good.
I'm really curious to have a look at your bingo sheets. So
You can
I hope
knock
they're
yourself
knocking
out.
around afterwards so we can have a look.
I've got spare set.
Have you? Yeah. You can post them online so we can all play.
Sure.
We can play along with the routine.
Yeah. I'll send them out with
Yeah.
little packs of coffee, like
That would actually be really lovely.
100 quid each.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, please. And a golden dabber.
And there's only one golden dabber, I'm
Oh.
afraid, and I think
What, in the world?
and I think it's gone now.
Oh.
Going to be devastated if she doesn't have that
Jealous
golden
about
dabber.
that.
Took me
Yeah.
like a weekend to spray it.
Cool. Are you guys all done, judges? Yeah, don't forget that. All right. Thank you very much then. Should we say thank
Amazing.
you?
Thanks so much. Cheers. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Amazing. All right. Last round of applause for Nicola.
Thank you.
All right. Sweet. So just want to give a big shout out to Boss Brew Academy for having us here today. They've put on some lovely snacks. There's like some bits at the back there. I've got to say, like top-notch snacks today. Vegan. All of it. It's all vegan. Amazing. Yes.
Hello and welcome back to UKBC 2023 in Cardiff. Everybody's starting to wake up a little bit. So just in time for you, which is all good. We'll talk on the other side, but give a big Cardiff round of applause for Keita from Jolene. And we'll welcome our judges in. Thank you.
So, time. Hello, judges. I am a barista, of course, but my background is in mathematics. So, when I read Christopher Hendon and Michael Cameron's paper titled Systematically Improving Espresso Using Mathematical Models, I got really excited about these two worlds colliding. So, what did they find in this paper? One of their main findings was that as they ground coarser and coarser for their espresso, their extractions actually increased instead of decreasing, which is what I expected. And the main reason behind this is that they theorized that grinding fine can cause micro-channeling, and channeling is one of the main ways we create astringency and bitterness in our espresso. So I figured I have to try this for myself, and I did, and I had amazing results. So I want to share them with you today. Now, when we grind coarse, our espresso can become very acidic. That's why today I decided to increase the yield and stretch my espresso to balance out the acidity with sweetness. So today, for your espressos, my recipe will be 20 grams of coffee in, 50 grams of coffee out, in just 17 seconds. Now this style of espresso creates more balance in the cup, higher flavor clarity, and I find it to be a cleaner cup of coffee overall. And this method goes exceptionally well with the coffee that I have chosen today, which is the Red Honey SL28 from Costa Rica. Now, the SL28 variety usually is harvested in Kenya and is usually washed. However, this coffee farm, this is Luis Padilla's coffee farm in West Valley, Costa Rica. On his farm, he carefully selects his varietals so that they are perfectly suited to the soil and environmental conditions on his farm. Judges, please examine the crema, but don't drink it just yet. Now, his SL28 variety, this coffee they'll be drinking today, is a red honey process, like I said, and after depulping the cherries, they are raised on raised beds for 3 weeks, dried on the raised beds for 3 weeks, and this creates more clarity and sweetness in the cup. And I think the careful processing speaks for itself, as the cup quality is super high. And then finally, the team at Plot Coffee roasted this coffee, and they roasted it gently after first crack, and a development time of 1 minute 20 to really highlight the fruity flavors of this cup. So those flavors that you'll be tasting today are very citrus notes of pink grapefruit, and pineapple, and a sweetness like candied orange peel. The weight is light, and the texture is tea-like. And there's an aftertaste of that sweetness of the candied orange peel again. Now please stir 5 times and take at least 2 sips for me. Thank you. Enjoy. Now, judges, when you're ready, I would like to move on to my milk beverage. So, for my milk beverage, I'll be grinding coarse again, but this time, the short espresso will be very short. Now, this is because the acidity of the espresso will be counterbalanced by the sweetness of the milk I'm using today. And for this milk recipe, I'll be using 50% frozen, freeze-distilled semi-skim milk. And this is for 2 reasons. The first is that the milk is freeze-distilled to concentrate the sugars and further highlight that sweetness so I can balance out the acidity better. And I'm using a semi-skim milk, as whole-fat milk can inhibit our flavors, inhibit our ability to taste flavors, as the fat content is very high. So I've used the semi-skim milk today so that we can perceive those delicate notes of this coffee better. And I've steamed this milk to 50 degrees, where I find the flavors express themselves the best. And it will be 1 part espresso to 3 part milk. I find that that's where the best harmonious balance between the sweetness of the milk and the acidity of the espresso express themselves. So flavor notes. In this coffee, please expect blueberry yogurt, butterscotch, and melted ice cream. Now, I hope you guys enjoyed my more modern approach to espresso, and I really had a great time serving coffee to you guys today. Thank you. Time.
Big round of applause for Keita. If you want to come around here, let's have a little chat. Cool. How do you find that?
I blanked a little bit, but apart from that, it was fine.
Still you seem relatively calm and, under control. It's
Yeah. Like, I guess I got okay at improvising if I even forget. So, but if you forget the tasting note, it's just like.
So how many run-throughs of your routine have you done?
I don't know, maybe like 13 or 14 or something.
Yeah, it's a good amount. But it's do you find that you tweak something every time that you do it?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and like obviously the tasting notes can be different on the day. So if I just thought of it now, then it's like
And that's so vitally important, like finding coffee. I mean, that's one of the things that keeps coffee interesting. Even an extra day of rest can dramatically change the flavour notes. So you could be practicing last week and be like, oh yeah, this is it, and then then if it's the same roast, it's rested another week. It's like, oh wow, getting something completely new. But running faster shots as well, using a different approach. There's a lot of talk about that at the moment. So how did you find switching to that kind of approach?
I mean, this is kind of like what I do at like regular work.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at my cafe I always run like really fast shots.
Cool. Would you say goodbye to the judges? Thank you, judges. Round of applause for the judges. So that's how you run all your coffees on a day-to-day?
Yeah, pretty much. Like I kind of tend to prefer these kind of faster, longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're more consistent.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I find that if you do a more traditional, like 1 to 2, 30 seconds-ish, it can go from like good to bad very easily.
Yeah.
But I feel like with this, even if you kind of
All right, hi guys, welcome back. We've got our next competitor here. Ready? Awesome. Okay, so next up we've got Zoe Williams from Clifton Coffee Roasters. And should we welcome our judges? Awesome, good luck.
Hi, nice to meet you. Thank you. Hi. Hi.
I'll be a judge. You got any questions?
Pardon? Any questions? No. All good? Yeah. Who's tech judge? Tech judge? Yeah. So I'm just going to perform my espressos first and then my milk course.
Great stuff. Just give us a clear start and finish time. And good luck.
Cool. Thank you. Okay. Time. Welcome, judges. Today, I'm going to be sharing with you a delicious catura from Colombia. It was grown at the Café Lumbus farm, Finca La Colombia, located 1,900 meters above sea level. This high altitude slows the ripening of the cherries, which increases the concentration of complex sugars and adds to the catura's juicy citric acidity. The cherries were picked at a Brix content of 26, as this was the optimal sugar content for the fermentation. The cherries were then anaerobically fermented for 7 days at a controlled temperature of 20 degrees. This warm fermentation creates brown sugar-like flavors, and it's this indulgent sweetness that's the main reason I'm using this coffee today. So please, relax, drink some water while I start making your espressos. To promote even extraction, I'm using both a comb and a distributor to enhance the flavor clarity. My brewing temperature today is 92 degrees, as this gives the extraction that best highlights the sweetness of the coffee. I'm using a dose of 20 grams and a yield of 40 grams, as I found this brings out the best tactile qualities for this coffee, which is a medium weight, a silky texture, and a grapefruit-like finish. Now please perform your crema evaluation, but don't drink just yet, as we're going to let the espresso cool. There we go. There we go. So this coffee was roasted 16 days ago for a total time of 12 minutes, with a 14% development. This elevates the vibrant acidity whilst maintaining a medium body. It was roasted to an end temperature of 405 degrees, as this best preserves the sweet characteristics from the fermentation. So your espresso flavor notes today are blood orange, maple syrup, and grapefruit. Please stir your espressos 10 times, place your U spoons in the white bowl provided, and enjoy. For your milk course, I'm using freeze-distilled, full-fat milk to intensify the sweetness. This enhances the tactile experience, which is a thick, velvety texture with a coating finish that reminds me of melted ice cream. I'm sticking to a dose of 20 grams, but reducing the yield to 36 grams, as this increased strength complements the milk. I'm using a 1:3 ratio of espresso to milk, as this is where I found the flavors are most balanced. So, the addition of the milk transforms that blood orange you tasted in your espresso into mandarin yogurt. Thank you. And that maple syrup sweetness tastes like butterscotch. So to recap, your milk course flavor notes are mandarin yogurt, melted vanilla ice cream, and butterscotch. When you receive your drinks, please stir them 3 times and place your U-spoons in the white bowls again. Good. Please enjoy. I hope you enjoy. Thank you so much for sharing this experience with me. That is my time.
Zoe, yes, we're on. Give it up for Zoe. Do you want to come round here? Oh. Can I just say, first of all, I really, really love the cups and the layout. They're beautiful, really beautiful. Like, just so clean and really, really nice.
Thank you.
Where did you get them from?
IKEA.
Love that. Yes, big fan of IKEA. And yeah, how did you find that? I mean, you seemed so calm and collected.
Thank you. Yeah, my first ever competition, so.
Your first one?
Yeah.
Nailed it, mate. Nailed it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, it really felt like everything you did was just so intentional.
Good.
And like kind of well paced, which was really, really nice. Like you weren't rushing at any point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I hope everybody else enjoyed it.
Did you rehearse a lot?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, how much are we talking? Like a lot.
Yeah, luckily for me, I work in a place that kind of lets me practice in between work as well. So
yeah.
A couple of evenings and weekends, but yeah.
Sweet. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, really good job. Really, really good job. Okay, should we say goodbye to our judges? Thanks, judges.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Cool. And do you have anyone who you particularly want to thank?
Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry.
Just everybody at Clifton
everyone
Coffee.
now? Yeah, okay. Yeah, any thank yous?
Everybody at Clifton Coffee.
Yeah.
Especially Craig, because he said he'd kill me if I didn't mention him.
Okay.
And Flo, because she
Craig.
roasted the beans. But yeah, everybody at Clifton Coffee and
Great.
these guys too.
Awesome. All right. Amazing job. Let's give one more round of applause for Zoe. Amazing. Okay, quick shout out to one of our sponsors, Kavoya. They're our green bean sponsors, so a little round of applause to them. Awesome. And we're absolutely whizzing through. I think we've got two competitors left. Ish. Yeah. So, yeah, and we're quite on time. So, awesome. So, we'll see you in 15 to 20 minutes.
Hello and welcome back to UKBC 2023. I think we're in 20. It does sometimes get a little bit complicated because sometimes we're running competitions in a different year to what the finals will be. But the finals, the UK finals, anybody know when they are? Yeah, end of March, 31st of March and the 1st of April. And that's going to be held at Chimbley in Elstree. And then I'll just get Alex to drop the music just a little bit. There we go, cool. The World Finals, anybody know where they are? Athens. Ooh. So the winner of the UK Finals will go to Athens in June, so towards the end of June. So that's super exciting. Everybody enjoying being here in Wales? Yeah. It's good, and we are being so well looked after. The Welsh cake's been fantastic and everything else. But without further ado, memory like a sieve, so I'll get my clipboard, sorry. Give a big Cardiff welcome to Will Davies representing Mac. And we'll bring on the judges.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Hello. Hiya, pleased to meet you. Hello. Hiya, thank you. Hey, lovely to meet you. Cheers. Hey, thank you. Cheers. Hey, thank you. Great. Okay. No, I'm not doing anything that's innovative or, yeah. So, well, making coffee, so. I think that's the best way to do it. Yeah, that's what I know. Okay. Then, time. Hi, I'm Will, as previously stated. I'm using a coffee that I love today, from a roastery that I love, from an importer that I love, from a producer that I love. Coffee I've chosen today is called La Isabel. It's from Caballero, just outside Macala in Honduras. Caballero is a family-owned business, 3 generations of coffee. Marisabel Caballero is the matriarch of the family, the business owner, the kind of face of the company. I think you may know her from some such collaborations as one she did with Gucci. And Moises Herrera, her husband, is chiefly in charge of processing. The coffee comes from Round Hill Roastery, who I've worked with for 8-9 years, I forget, wrote it down. But they roasted this coffee, and I'm really excited to show you guys it. It's kind of highlights a bit of a point of contention that I think we have in the industry. Moises and Marisabel believe that coffee can never be improved from the point that it is harvested. That's why on their farms, their pickers have 2 sacks for cherries, so they can do a degree of the sorting even before the coffee has been taken to the mill. Which way around did I have this? I'm gonna, even before it goes to the mill. So Moises Herrera has been somewhat reluctant, understandably, given that that's his ethos to coffee, to process coffees anaerobically. As I'm sure you've seen in several routines, that is an increasingly popular way to process coffee. So this is an anaerobically processed katwai. What Moises has done that I think is really interesting is he's fermented for multiple different times in tank, looking to bring out origin characteristic in the katwai without losing it, which I think is a really key point that is perhaps lost in some anaerobic processing and some generally more intensive processing. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make 2 different dial-ins. My scales aren't working, which is a good start. There we go. I'm going to do it the way I learned to do it 12 years ago, which is without the scale. 2 different dial-ins. One of them for espresso, I'm going for a slightly more opened up shot. I'm going for a slightly longer time, although slightly wrong at this point because obviously the scale didn't turn on. So for the espresso round, I'm going for 18 grams in and around 38 out. I think what you'll find on this espresso is an incredibly floral nose. If you want to get stuck in there and have a little sniff of that aroma, which I think has got a big lavender, big floral. I find espresso, most of the flavor for me comes in the finish. But what you've got is a sort of cacao characteristic that is commonplace in anaerobics, where it kind of the fermentation leans over towards those notes, the caramel, milk chocolate, but you still retain that bright floral that is characteristic of Catois, and you have that lovely dense body that comes from a lot of their Catois, a winey quality that for me is reminiscent of macerated white wines from Chile, specifically Muscat, but I think I had been dialing in too long. Next, I'm going to brew it slightly differently. I'm going for a slightly heavier in dose and a slightly shorter out dose. What I'm looking for here is something that really punches through milk. What Eddie, the roaster at Roundhill, refers to as a Rizzy banger or a ristretto shot. So I'm going to go a little bit higher on the in dose than planned, just because I tend to find when the grinder swings a little bit, it's better to follow it than it is to adjust and stick to puritanically to our dial-ins. For me, the reason I really love Caballero and the reason I really love working with Roundhill is that their approach to coffee is all about those relationships, which is why with this coffee, although I'm actually myself vegan, I've chosen to use the dairy milk because I think it really amplifies the flavors. Isabel is a family name, and the family originally was a dairy maker. The roastery in Somerset is very much dairy country, and this coffee, I hope you'll see, has notes of, for me, I feel embarrassed saying this, but McDonald's vanilla milkshake. But still, once you get through that childlike flavor note of the milkshake, I think you're rewarded with some complexity. There's hazelnut liqueur, almost frangelico in the cup, as the fats in the milk meld with the slight medicinal quality characteristic of anaerobic coffees. This is something of a new coffee, as my entry to this competition was somewhat last minute, and the dial-in on the roast, I think, needs a little development. It's quite a high in dose, quite high in initial temperature of 190 degrees. And I think there is more sweetness to be developed in this coffee. But I think, as with all compromises, there is a lot of good to be found in it. Cool. So yeah, hopefully you get that drive through. I thought about putting it in a big cup with a straw, just to really lean into the... And now I see I've not given you any water. I'm sorry. And that's time.
Big round of applause for Will. Will, you can come around here with me.
Hello.
We're all done. So,
yeah. I have no idea how over I went because I completely zoned out for about the last 2 minutes of that.
That's fine.
But good.
They'll sort all that out.
They'll sort that out. Good.
Yeah, really interesting in terms of the thought process of that. Obviously, the raw ingredient is kind of the most important, no matter what we do with it. And I think definitely a lot of chefs would agree with that. That hey, you know, no matter what you do to like a vegetable or steak or anything, kind of after it, if it's not good quality in the first place, then you're just not going to have that.
I think that's my problem with a lot of the way I've seen the industry go in the last few years. Not to be kind of throwing shots the first time I've ever like taken part in any of these things, but I think the move towards more heavily processed coffees, while exciting, is a little bit kind of antithetical to what I care about in coffee, which is seasonality and, you know, transparency. And I think I just want to make sure there's still room in the industry for those like delicious washed coffees that are, you know, and with people like Moises Herrera who have been processing these coffees, winning Cup of Excellence and doing that year on year, and then saying, oh, but can you make a crazy coffee that tastes like a Ethiopian natural? It's like, well, can't we put a bit more effort into seeing, you know, to learning those flavors? And, you know, I think, yeah, that it's not that we can't have those like fun, crazy things. I just think it's a bit of a shame for that to be the focus.
Would you say go back to the judges? Round of applause for the judges.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Thanks very much. Cheers. Thanks. Cheers.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, and the point is, you know, I think what's wrong with having a Honduran coffee tasting like a Honduran coffee, but let's have that high quality. And the process should be there not to mask flavours, but accentuate flavours.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's kind of how you seem to be kind of talking about yours, that the process that was there just to accentuate that base quality coffee. Just take it slightly into a different place, but without being overwhelmed by that
without
process.
obscuring it or losing it. I'm so glad that came across, because I was really trying not to drink too much coffee, and I'm kind of a bit delirious because I'm so under caffeinated.
But whereabouts are you from?
Cardiff.
Round of applause for Cardiff. Local. It's great to see local talent, and hopefully you're pleased to see. We'll just let them come out.
Oh, thank you.
Hopefully you're pleased to see us come here with the SCA.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I was saying, I was chatting to someone who was involved in the process, and they said they were in Cardiff for this, and I was like, it's in Cardiff, so I signed up very much like 11 o'clock at night after a few beers.
Always the best time.
Yeah, and then when I spoke to Eddie, he spoke to Marisa, and they're just the sweetest people, and they were like, what an honor, and they had a video call with me, and I said, oh, well, now I have to really not fuck it up, so sorry. So yeah.
That's fine. We're not quite under the same Ofcom rules on YouTube, but, you know, apologies to people on YouTube for that.
Sorry.
But there we go. But it's been a pleasure seeing the routine and seeing the messages you want to get across. So another big round of applause for Will. You can relax now. People are cleaning stuff up for you. I nearly swore then, but what was going to go? I'm completely lost now. I was overwhelmed with the performance, which was great. Sponsors. I'd like to give a shout out to Kavoya Specialty Coffee, who are our green coffee partners. So a round of applause for Kavoya for contributing to what we do here, which is absolutely fantastic. We will be back in round about 15 minutes with our final competitor. Yeah, final. You should actually all be going, oh, because we don't want it to finish. But anyway, so we will be back with our final competitor in about 15 minutes. See you then.
right, guys, is everyone ready for our last competitor of the day? Over here, we've got Vasilis Zenetzis. Did I say it right? Yes, representing himself. All right, good luck. Should we welcome on our judges?
You got any questions?
No, it's all good for now.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, well, give me a clear start and finish time.
Perfect. I'm just gonna greet the judges before I start my time. Sure. Is that okay?
Yes, it's fine. Yeah,
Thank you.
Pass.
Perfect. That's it. Okay. Hello, judges. My name is Vasilis Zenetzis, and I'm from Greece. I hope you're doing well. Are we ready to begin? Yeah. Okay. And this is my time. Where I come from, coffee is not just a pick-me-up. It is not something that you grab in a rush on your way to work. It is part of our culture. It even reminds me of my grandma sitting on her balcony, smoking her cigarette while sipping on her first cup of the day. It's an aroma, it's an experience, it's something that we do for pleasure. When I first moved to London, one of my first jobs was working in a specialty coffee shop. What I noticed there is that people don't really have time to appreciate their coffee. So, I made it my mission to turn this daily, mediocre experience into something that would excite them. Now, you're gonna ask me how I did that. I started learning about the arts and intricacies of coffee, experimenting with pre-infusion, temperature, extraction time, yield. Next thing you know, I was giving tips to my customers whilst handing them their drinks. And they, too, started learning about the arts and intricacies of coffee. So today, for my espresso, I'm going to be using 17.5 grams in my basket, 42-gram yield, and extraction time between 17 and 19 seconds. So, perfect. Now, judges, this is an espresso with the aroma of cranberries and plums. Please evaluate the crema, but hold on drinking it yet before I tell you to. Now, judges, as I'm going to be giving you the full experience, I am going to be stirring the espressos for you. This allows your coffee to reach the optimal temperature so you can better judge these beautiful coffees. Now, judges, on your first sip, you will immediately taste an acidic cranberry with red wine finish and almost no bitterness. You can start having your first sip. Now, on your second sip, I want you to focus on the tactile. Allow this full body espresso rest on your palate for a couple of seconds, and then you will immediately notice that acidity of the rhubarb really coming through. You can go on with your second sip, please. And now, for your last course, please take a slow sniff of the espresso and take your third sip. That will, you will see the tartness of the rhubarb really, really coming through now. Here you go, guys. Now, you might notice that there's no information about your coffee today. I wanted to do a little surprise for you. So, if you're done with the espressos, I'm going to switch the boards for you. Is that okay? Thank you. Perfect. That. Perfect. So, the coffee that you tasted today is a fully washed Kenyan Kigari from the Embu region. This coffee is grown between 16 and 1800 meters above sea level. The varieties of this coffee is SL34, SL28, Ruru 11, and Basin. Now, I know you might be wondering why I'm using 17.5 grams in a larger basket. Well, this allows the pack to fully saturate before pressure begins to build up. It also allows It also allows a faster extraction to amplify this acidity and remove any bitterness from your coffee. So now I'm going to be preparing your milk beverages. For your milk beverages, I am going to be using a 4% fat cow's milk, which is pasture-fed. This allows the coffee to really, really shine. And now, start preparing your milk drinks. So now, onto your milk beverages. Your coffee will have a beautiful crumble-like aroma. Now, on your milk beverage, you will taste rhubarb crumble and cranberry jam. Please judge this. The mouthfeel of this coffee will be creamy and velvety, almost like custard, due to the rich consistency throughout your drink. Judges, thank you for this opportunity today. I hope you enjoyed your experience with me. Have a nice day, and this is my time. Cool, thank you.
Excellent. Want to come around here?
Hello.
I am obsessed with your apron.
Thank you.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Where is it from?
It's John Lewis.
Yes.
Let's not talk about that.
Classy.
Yeah.
So classy.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, amazing.
Thank
How
you.
did that go for you?
Yeah, it was really fun. It was my first time, so
Yeah,
it was
well
very fun.
done. It's a really, really hard thing to do.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, thank you.
No, you did a really, really good job. The coffee sounded amazing. How did you choose which coffee you were going to use?
So I tried maybe like 4 or 5 different coffees, and it's just what really shined to me, what really blew my mind.
Are you a fan of Kenyan coffees in general?
Generally, Kenyan is not like something I would go for, but you'll be surprised with what you can find.
Yeah,
right?
definitely. So much variety.
So this was one of my favorite coffees for this year, for sure. Yeah.
Great. I love that rhubarb note. I love rhubarb.
I know,
and
right?
Custard. It was basically rhubarb and custard.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Delicious.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, cool. And you are representing yourself. You're competing as an independent.
Yes.
But tell us a bit more about what you do in coffee.
Well, I'm working for a specialty coffee shop at the moment in a really busy high street shop at the moment. So I'm doing more of the coffee behind the scenes, choosing what coffees we're getting.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, training some staff as well.
Great. So, and I understand you're a bit of a last minute sign up.
Yes.
For the competition.
Yeah.
How last minute?
Actually, it was a really last minute conversation.
Yeah.
So we just like, let's go for it. Why not? There's nothing to lose. It's a fun thing to do, right?
I
It's an
like
experience.
that attitude. That's great. So how much time did you have to prepare?
Honestly, 10 days.
10 days.
Yeah. 10 days.
Wow. Wow. And
But
I
we did
assume
it.
still working like full time
Yeah.
and doing everything else in your life.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. Well done.
Yeah, it was a difficult one.
Amazing. Let's say thanks to our judges.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys.
Yeah, round
Thank
of
you very
applause for
much.
all our judges.
Thank you very much.
They've drank
Thank you,
so
guys.
much coffee today.
Thank you.
Amazing. Cool. All right. And have you got anyone you want to thank?
I would like to thank my fiance for helping me out so much, and my team over
That's
here as
lovely.
well.
Yes.
Yeah, they supported me throughout, so it's really good to have them here. So yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much,
Thank you.
Vasilis.
Thank
Round
you.
of applause.
Thank you.
Great job. Great.
Thank you.
All right, so that was our last competitor of the day.
I
So,
know.
how does it feel going last, actually?
Yeah,
Happy
it's
with it?
pretty nerve-wracking.
Yeah,
but,
you got that whole day to build up the...
Exactly, yeah. But it was nice. I had time to relax.
No,
take
you
my
don't have to
time.
wait too long for the scores.
Exactly.
So I think, so it's 3:15, so I think around 4:15, we'll be back with the scores, and we'll try and give an update for the live feed, right? If we're running any later than that. But yeah, so relax.
Perfect.
Take it easy, and we'll see you guys at 4:15-ish.
Amazing.
All
Thank you
right.
very much.
Well done,
Thank you.
I'm going to set you up.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is, so I think we're still on track for about 4:15, okay, hopefully. But just as a little reminder about how stuff works, especially because we got a lot of new competitors. So basically what will happen is we will announce the top 3 and give them their fair dues. We'll show you kind of how that is influenced through the various heats and everything else. We'll then ask all the competitors to come up because you all deserve a big recognition, round of applause for taking part and being here. And then after that, you have the opportunity to get some feedback from your judges. Okay, so there's still judges around. So once we've finished all the formalities, then grab your score sheet and grab your judges. But for reference, we need the score sheets back. You can take pictures of your score sheet. That's not a problem, but take pictures of your score sheet and then have them back once you've finished and had a chat with the good judges. And then I would suggest a very large drink for everyone. But, you know, whether that's alcoholic or non-alcoholic is your choice. But yeah, so that's how it's going to work. So especially for the new people, you will get feedback. You'll see where you've placed. You'll see where you've placed in the grand scheme of things. And we'll recognize the top 3 and all of you as well. So, but do get feedback. That is vitally important. More than anything, this competition is about learning and development of your skills. Okay. So looking forward to those. But hopefully, round about 4:15, we should be on for announcements or at least starting stuff. Cool.